Everything all right, Mark?
Yeah, that's good. Just dealing with this. So that AD facility, not that AD facility that they want to build in my work. I spoke to Dan Black yesterday. That, you know, whenever there's land acquisitions from the region on our property, that the council can be advised. That's it. I'm not getting into the actual.
Okay. Sounds good. You ready?
Oh yeah,
Good morning, everybody. Could you please all rise for the singing of our national anthem, to be followed by a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Welcome, everybody, to our regular council meeting of July 6th. All members of council are present today. I remind everybody at today's meeting, please ensure all your cell phones and other electronic devices are turned off or placed in a non-audible mode during the meeting. Council members are reminded to please refrain from sending texts and emails during the meeting. Members of council, there are a few changes to the agenda and identified in the package that's in front of you. I would ask the city clerk to review the changes for today's agenda since its publication last Thursday.
Mayor Jeffrey, members of council, and members of the public that are here today, the changes to the agenda are as follows. Distributed on the member's desk is a closed session item 21.7 in regard to a labor relations or employee negotiations matter, a collective agreement matter. Specifically, it relates to the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1573 part-time collective agreement. That information is provided to members of council in the event members of council may wish to consider if they have a conflict of interest on this matter. Additional business that's been related to items that are on the published agenda and distributed to members of council in regard to item 5.2, which is an announcement on a check presentation to the William Osler Health System. The list of representatives here from the William Osler Health System are Matt Anderson, President and CEO, Dr. Frank Martino, and there is a presentation that will accompany the announcement. In regard to item 6.1, the delegation regarding the Lawrence Scott's Regiment 150th anniversary celebration, the delegates today will be Henry Verchuren, Master Corporal Chris Banks, and there is a presentation that will be provided as part of their delegation, and that's in regards to Notice of Motion 14.1 published on today's agenda. In regard to item 18.1, Regional Council business, there is a briefing note from the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer that was distributed to members of council yesterday, and it is distributed on your desks this morning for consideration when we get to that item. As well, in regard to item 8.5, which is the report from staff on the Ontario LRT Memorandum of Understanding between Metrolinx, the City of Brampton, and the City of Mississauga, there is a delegation request 6.4 from Eloa Donor on behalf of the Etobicoke Creek Residents Association. As well, there is correspondence 12.5 from Chris Baynar and Doug Bryden, co-chairs, Citizens for a Better Brampton. And finally, in regard to items 6.3 and 8.11, which is a presentation and a report from the fire chief regarding the fireworks review, there is correspondence item 12.4 from Amanda Cameron, Executive Director, Canadian National Fireworks Association, that's provided to members. And those are the changes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And one more change, we'll be changing the order of our in-camera council so that the item with regards to the labor relations 21.7 will be at the beginning of our in-camera to allow those who have a conflict to leave. Councillor Plushy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to add an addition to the agenda, a discussion around SHIP, the nonprofit organization, and the partnership with Martin Way Contracting and the Region of Peel about how we at the City of Brampton can help SHIP set up their head office on the second floor of the new building at Queen Street. Before, I'll just add it to the agenda and get into it at that time.
So, Mr. Clerk, would this better be a closed item then?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure. That's the first I've heard of this. I'm not sure what the item is about.
Okay.
Perhaps, I don't know if there's been discussions with legal services on this matter.
There hasn't. It's not. It shouldn't be. We've discussed it briefly at an economic development meeting in the past about SHIP and their wanting to establish their employees on the second floor of that building, and so I'm just bringing it to council to see if we can urge staff to try and come together. And
is there a motion that came from economic development that is being referred here, or just general conversation? So, Mr. Squires, do you have an opinion on this?
I think we would have to wait and see, Madam Mayor. Perhaps the councillor could bring the matter forward, and if it appears to be a closed item, I can speak at that time.
Okay. So it'll be 16.1, Council.
thank you.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify something. The clerk said the
Sorry.
transit is part-time employees, doesn't affect the full-time employees. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding it's part of the collective agreement only. Yes.
So my son's a full-time employee, it wouldn't affect my son, so I wouldn't have to do a conflict of interest. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion in favor of the agenda as amended. All those in favor? That's carried. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Although it's in consent, item number 8.2 is the exception grant from Investors Group for a donation to Carabram flowing through the city, and my son does some graphics work for Carabram, so I will declare conflict on that.
Okay. And Mr. Clerk, I would like to declare a conflict in an abundance of caution with regards to the 21.7 on the ATU, as my son is an employee at Brampton Transit. Is that noted, Mr. Clerk? Okay. We're now ready to move to the next item of public business on today's council agenda, item 3. These are the minutes. We have the following council minutes before us today. 3.1 minutes of City Council of June 22nd. I have a motion moved by Councillor Spovieri, seconded by Councillor Plushy, that the minutes of the regular City Council meeting of June 22nd, 2016 to the council meeting of July 6 be approved as printed and circulated. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. We now are at the consent item agenda. The items listed with an asterisk on the agenda are considered routine and non-controversial. The consent motion is to adopt these matters on today's agenda without the need for a separate discussion on the item unless a member requests a separate discussion. There are a number of items listed for the consent motion today. Does any member wish to add or remove from the consent agenda any item on the agenda? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Willens, that the consent item agenda be approved. All those in favor? That's carried. We now move on to part of our agenda dealing with announcements. Today, Council, today we have two announcements. The announcement regarding the introduction of the Lexus Titans Homework Wrestling Club. The sponsor is Councillor Dillon. Did you want to speak first? Yes, okay. And if the group wants to come down to the microphone? I don't know if there's room for everybody. You can bring as many down as you want. Councillor Dillon, did you want to get started?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really very proud to have the Lexus Titans Wrestling Club join us in council today and share their announcement on their recent championship victories. The club has been active in the community promoting health, fitness, self-esteem, and positive youth engagement. Representing the city of Brampton, they recently participated in the Canadian Eastern Youth Wrestling Championships held in Quebec, and I'm proud that many of the young wrestlers placed in good standing, including gold, silver, and bronze. Besides the participants, I want to thank the coaches, Kamaljeet Kang and Marlon Sherlin, and Mr. Harinder Baines as well for creating our future athletes and ambassadors of sport for our city. So, Marlon, do you just want to take it away?
Good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors and members of the public. I founded this program in 1994, and it was out of necessity. Every time I would visit a schoolyard, there would be fights, and I'd be breaking up fights, and I'd get beat up. And I just wanted an avenue for the kids to vent their anger. So I'd say, if you come for 2 weeks, I'll train you how to fight, and if you feel the need to fight your partner, you can do so in a controlled environment. This has spawned out into a homework wrestling club, and a lot of people say homework. Yes, we would like the kids to go on to post-secondary, whether it be community college or university. And before I take up too much time, Madam Mayor, I'd like to bring two of the founding wrestlers and have their testimony of what they went through. And some of these kids were being kept off the streets from prostitution, drugs, alcohol, and a lot of other things that we were talking about in the homework club. I'd give them assignments to do on what's the effects of drugs on an athlete, alcohol, and all these things. And some of these kids had to overcome some of this to get to where they are now. And I'd like to introduce two of our founding member, Dr. Rob Morano and Dr. Jimmy Fang.
Good morning, everyone. Just as Marlon mentioned, I think everyone's aware that sport clubs as a whole are really good at keeping children and teens out of trouble. As somewhat of an uncoachable team that I was, I found getting the experience at Lexus Titans was just so much more than a sport club. An irreplaceable individual in Coach Sherlin. I still call him Coach to this day. Ensuring that your homework is done, and just generally providing you with life skills and always having an outlet. He is an excellent member of the community and fantastic. I've been a part of many sports clubs, and next to this is by far the most complete. Thank you for letting me share. That's all. Jimmy.
Good morning. I think wrestling taught me many things, and one of the things it taught me was integrity. And the other one was ethics, and more importantly, it taught me grit. So grit is what took me through 8 years of school. Grit is what took me to open up my first clinic right after school. Grit is what helped me open up my location in Brampton, which Mayor Jeffries just attended a few weeks ago. And I think grit is what brings me here today. And if it wasn't for the sport of wrestling, I'm not sure where I would be. I mean, coming from a low poverty family where my parents worked 14-hour days and they were never home to see me, I think the sport and Marlon and his guidance really brought me here. And I would like to just give a hand of applause to Marlon for all the great work he's done.
And today I'd like to identify the new generation, and we have a number of elementary students that went to Canada's. We had 9 actually, and we had 5 gold medals, 1 silver and 2 bronze, and a 4th place finish. So the kids did well. Congratulations. we should take a time to introduce all of them, but as I said, they're right here, and I'm proud of these kids, and the life skills that we're going through, it's a little different now because in Brampton, the parents are very active in the kids' lives. So what I've done with these gentlemen in the past, they're from low-income families, socioeconomic, and that we were environable where money was a big issue. We're self-funded, so we raise our own money, we pay for our own permits and stuff like that. So in the future, hopefully we get some assistance from either the private sector or the city of Brampton. But I'd like to see these kids go on to be the next generation of university athletes and represent Canada in the World Championships or Olympics. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have one more speaker, and I think you might want to look into our community grants. That might be an opportunity to help you in the future, and I'm sure Gurpreet, as your sponsor, may be able to help you with that. Councillor Miles.
Yes, I just wanted to say what a wonderful story, and thank you so much for coming today and sharing it with us. We here in the city of Brampton have so many heroes, and just the fact that you're here and sharing this with us, I think for members of council, it's a very special time for us to hear about the great work in our community. And I just want to wish you all well. And Merlin, you're one of our heroes, so thank you so very, very much. And gentlemen, I wish you all the success in the future.
Thank you.
So Councillor Dillon has some certificates for you, and he'll come down and give you the certificates. But Marlon, I've seen you in action, you and your daughter. You're very good to the community, and you put a lot of time in, and you've made a huge difference, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well...
Okay, so we're going to come down and take a picture, Madam Mayor.
Give you the certificates.
No, you know what? I got 5 minutes. And I try to get on mine, but it's tough.
To me,
is regarding a City of Brampton check presentation to William Osler Health System for Peel Memorial Center for Integrated Health and Wellness. Matt Anderson, President and CEO of William Osler Health, and Dr. Frank Martino are here to make this announcement. I am the council sponsor for this announcement, and Matt and Dr. Martino, if you want to come up. I just wanted to publicly say thank you. Today is another historic day in the William Osler Health System City of Brampton partnership, and as we move a step closer to another world-leading healthcare facility in Brampton, I, like so many of our residents, continue to be excited every time we drive by the site and see how really close we are. I think that atrium being erected has really got the interest going. I never miss an opportunity to brag about Brampton Civic and Peel Memorial and the impact it will absolutely have on our community. This would not be possible without our residents and their commitment to better healthcare in Brampton. So I invite all of our residents in attendance today after your announcement to come down and be in the picture when we do the official check presentation, because we all own a part of it. So thank you for being here, Matt and Dr. Martino, and Stuart, the floor is yours.
Madam Mayor, and tough to find Alexis Titans. What a great story. Thank you for even allowing us to see that. Thank you for bringing that forward. It is a great day, and I was remarking to my colleagues that coming to receive the check is a lot more fun than coming to ask for it. So thank you very much. I'm very excited about our day today. Thank you to all of you for your generosity, Madam Mayor, your leadership in all of this. And as you've said, the generosity of this community continues to astound me. Not only through what we're going to be talking about today, the continued support of our foundation, the gifts, the programs, and our great friend Manuel is here just talking about the things that they're doing this weekend to raise funds for the Peel Memorials. It really is an amazing community, and we're very thankful for the generosity of everyone and this council, so thank you. If it feels like we were just here, that's because we were here just a month ago. Ann Ford, who's with us today, who's our Vice President responsible for all of our buildings, and Neil Davis presented an update. So Dr. Martino and I will just do a very short update, and a thank you. And we start all of our presentations with our vision. And our vision statement is in front of you, patient-inspired healthcare without boundaries. And there's really three parts of that are very important to us. The patient-inspired, and Mayor, you said it quite aptly, we are trying to highlight that this facility, and in fact William Osler, is owned by our community. And we need to make sure that our community feels that and is part of moving us forward. Healthcare, as compared to illness care, and without boundaries, moving away from the siloed healthcare systems of the past, moving into integrated care for everyone. I'm just going to spend 30 seconds on that middle concept of healthcare. Our healthcare system has been built around the idea of illness management. Typically, particularly for hospital-type services, we wait until you're very ill, you come to our emergency room, we do our best to support you there, and oftentimes, in fact, 40,000 times a year, a person gets admitted up onto our floor. We believe by focusing on healthcare instead of illness management, we can change that. We can change it to a place where we can work with wonderful people like Dr. Martino, work with our community in a different way and keep people healthy. We know that because you have diabetes, you do not have to go blind. We know that because you suffer from depression, you do not have to lose your job and compromise your family relationships. We know that there's a different way that we can provide care and make sure that we have a healthy community. And although we have many, many strategies in place to try to move that concept forward, the single biggest change for our healthcare system as it moves away from this idea of illness management to maintaining healthcare will be the opening of the doors of Peel Memorial. The opening of the doors is not far away.
Can I just stop here a second? Officially,
sure.
I need to ask Council's permission to extend the time you get to speak. All those in favor? All those opposed? Now I'm legal. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, otherwise Dr. Martino wouldn't be able to speak. So, because I don't take the time, of course. This is Peel Memorial. This photo was taken on June the 30th, so about a week ago. As the Mayor remarked, we've made great progress. Most of the construction outside is now complete. We are now moving inside the facility. This is, again, Madam Mayor made a comment about our atrium. This is from the outside looking in at our glass entranceway, truly trying to pay homage to the Flower City and bring color into that community and as part of our building. Inside, this is a photo of the atrium. It's still under construction, but we are trying to live our values. We talk about a value of healthcare. We are trying to encourage those who can take the stairs, make a nice, inviting room for people to come in, spend some time, visitors and staff alike, go up those stairs and enjoy the bright, well-lit area. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Martino now to make a few comments about the clinical care that will go on there. And before I do, I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments about Dr. Martino. Dr. Martino is here in two capacities. He's here as our chief of staff, meaning that he's he's our leader doctor. All of the doctors in the organization report to him, at least in theory. He is the person who is responsible for the medical care of our facility. But he's also here representing all of the doctors and nurses and housekeepers and porters and food service staff and security staff and all the people who make the difference. Because we know that we can have a wonderful building and bricks and mortar and wonderful equipment, but the heart and the soul of a service is really about its people. So Dr. Martino is going to be speaking in both capacities today to talk a little bit more about Peel Memorial.
Thank you, Matt. And I gather I have more than 2 minutes? Great. It's a different feeling, Madam Mayor and members of council, being here today because we are going to open this wonderful facility in the next 3 months. The last few times I was here, I still remember the very probing and difficult questions, but appreciated questions that members of council made about the new facility and what it'll involve, what it'll provide the community. And I'm going to today speak from a clinical perspective and talk about two areas. One is our urgent care center, and I get a lot of questions about our urgent care center. We all are aware that we have the busiest emergency department in the country. I work in that department, and I can tell you day in and day out, it is a struggle for us to accommodate all the patients of our region and provide those emergency services. This center will hopefully give us a reprieve, and it is an innovative center, and it is about innovation that we've opened Peel Memorial. It is a center of innovation, and I'll talk from the perspective of one of my patients who asked me, so Frank, what is an urgent care center? Well, it will be staffed by our emergency physicians and our allied health professionals that work in our emergency department at William Osler, whether they work at at Brampton Civic or at Etobicoke General. That is the staff that's going to be in this particular center. It will have state-of-the-art diagnostics, both diagnostic imaging and laboratory services, to provide urgent care services. What does that mean? And I remember this very astute patient in my own practice. He says, well, what if I come in and I've got crushing chest pain? I said, well, we will be equipped to manage you, stabilize you, and transfer you to Brampton Civic, where you'll get ongoing care. But what if I have a broken bone? Well, yes, we'll be able to diagnose the fracture, treat it, and make the appropriate follow-up appointment for you. And what if I have abdominal pain that's really bothersome, but a little more that I want to go to my family doctor? You'll go to Peel Memorial in the urgent care center, and that will be diagnosed by one of our emergency physicians, and the appropriate disposition for you will be undertaken. So it is certainly an innovative way of providing emergency services for our patients. Over time, our patients will triage themselves. They'll self-triage to Brampton Civic or Etobicoke General or Peel Memorial. But over time, it will be our responsibility to make it clear to the community that we will be able to provide urgent care services and even emergent services if necessary if someone walks in. Ambulances will not be arriving at Peel Memorial. They will be arriving at Brampton Civic. But all those other urgent and emergent cases that come through our door, we will certainly be able to manage. And if there are questions with regards to that, we're more than pleased to answer them because we feel very confident about this service. Another area that we're very proud of is our seniors program, which will be located at Peel Memorial, with innovative programs in continence, mobility, memory, issues that challenge our seniors, but managed and delivered in a different fashion, in a multidisciplinary fashion, where there are not only physicians, but nurses, mental health workers, and other co-related services, from urology to physiotherapy, that will help manage those challenges that our seniors have. This is a growth community, and one of the growth areas for us is our seniors, and it's important that they are managed in a comprehensive, holistic manner, and Peel Memorial is innovative in this fashion. Matt spoke about chronic disease, and I want to just spend a minute on that. Often, what we manage in acute care hospitals is exacerbations of chronic disease. It's no mystery to those here in attendance that we have one of the highest rates of diabetes and cardiovascular disease in the country. And what comes with those conditions is a series of other chronic conditions, chronic kidney disease, peripheral vascular disease, et cetera, et cetera. The way we're going to manage chronic disease at Peel Memorial is more in an upstream fashion. In an upstream fashion because we recognize that we want to treat you before, as Matt said, you become blind. We want to prevent the blindness of diabetes and retinal disease. We want to prevent dialysis so that you don't need a kidney transplant or dialysis early on in your life. It's about primary prevention, but also managing secondary prevention extremely effectively. What you see here is the atrium that will be available to our seniors. It is a facility that respects their mobility issues and that deals with their various ailments in a comprehensive fashion. You don't have to come 5 times. You'll come once and see various care providers on that single visit. That's great for families of our seniors and for seniors themselves. So let's talk a little bit about timelines. And as you can see, we're very pleased to say only 3 months away, we're going to be getting the keys to the new facility. So on October 24th, we'll have substantial completion, and the builders will hand us over the keys. There will be, at that point, a move of various services into the facilities, and we hope to open our urgent care center, not we hope, we will open our urgent care center on February 8th, 2017. Already, some of the original emergency physicians and nurses who worked at Peel Memorial are very excited to be there that day to help us celebrate that opening. By the end of March, we'll be opening all our facilities, all our services, at Peel Memorial. And that's a very exciting time for the care providers, be they nurses and allied health professionals and physicians, because this is something we've waited for a long time. I do want to take a minute to mention the concept of local shares. Many of you here on council are aware of that, and members in the gallery may not know that government does fund 90% of the cost of a facility like Peel Memorial. 10% actually comes from the community. And in its foresight and wisdom, this council recognized the importance of that. And I want to personally, from the perspective of the clinicians in this facility, really thank you for having that foresight and wisdom. You know, when I walked up the stairs, I saw a quote by Mahatma Gandhi, and it really struck me that wealth is measured in one's health and not in the gold and silver they accumulate. And thank you to council for recognizing that. And I'll take questions.
Not really an announcement or a question, but maybe this shouldn't have been an announcement. It should be more like a rotating delegation for us, because it's such a good news story. But I said at committee a few weeks ago, and I'm going to repeat it. It's been a long process, and there's a lot of people we should be thanking. We're now going to be the beneficiaries of handing over a check that another council had taken the controversial decision on doing it. And it was controversial. We took a lot of heat from people for doing it. I think everybody realized that was the right thing to do. So, you know, I'm not going to go out and mention any names, but there were 7 other members of council that took that aren't here today. that should be congratulated for doing that. Terry Miller's here today. Terry Miller, I remember Councilor Moore and I sat on a committee with him to try to determine what to do with that site. Let's not forget the work that all those people, like Terry, I can't remember all the names of people that sat on that committee, but a lot of work. And Neil Davis has been in our face for years. Not here today, and I congratulated him the last time because of my opinion, my personal opinion. If it wasn't for people like Neil Davis and some of those citizens who got in our face and said we need you to put up the community share, this never would have happened. We were told it never would have happened. So congratulations to all those people too. We're just today going to be the beneficiaries of standing there and taking a nice picture of handing over a check that a lot of people before that were responsible for that aren't going to be here today. So kudos to all them too, and thank you for all the work that you guys have done, because this really turned out to be a very, very good news story. And that makes us politicians who took that controversial decision look pretty good at the end of the day. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions for Dr. Martinez. How many...
It's Martino. Martinez is a famous soccer player.
Dr. Martino, how many doctors will we have in the new facility and in the urgent care area?
The urgent care center itself will probably have 2 physicians on shift at any one time. The center will be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The facility itself will have upwards of 50 to 100 physicians at any one time, moving out over the course of a day.
So have we got the approval of the operating dollars then from the province of Ontario, or is that a milestone yet to...
That's a milestone we're still working on. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so we continue to work with the province on the operating funds. I would say that we have our usual debate if we would like them all the day that they open and they would like them a little later on. So we will continue with that for sure.
Okay, well, good luck with that. I really love the concept of having sort of centers of care or centers of excellence for each sort of grouping, and especially seniors. So the senior center, would seniors be able to go there on a drop-in basis for care, or would they have to be referred through their family physician?
They would have to be referred through their family physicians. We hope to, over time, develop community-based programs, and that is the beauty. Once I was asked what would I like to see in Peel Memorial, and I said classrooms, because classrooms help you educate citizens, patients, residents of the community. And one thing that we really do believe is important is self-care. And it's important that you educate patients about self-care, when to access the healthcare system, when to be alarmed about a symptom or a sign. And there will be classrooms there. There will be those sort of programs, drop-ins, where seniors can help each other. Young seniors can help older seniors. Caregivers can learn about providing the best care for their relatives, their family, their friends. And there will be programs on mobility, rehab programs, rehabilitation activities.
Okay, and I understand there is going to be a center too for women's health?
Yes, there will be. It's a very exciting center. It will be in collaboration with our gynecologists and our family physicians, and also geared to the marginalized communities, the new immigrants, patients who may not have health care services.
Okay, so that won't be in this?
Yes.
It will be in this phase?
Yes, in phase 1.
Women's health and, excellent. Wasn't aware. Great, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you for being here. And I think we're going to try and do a picture, and we'd like to get as many people in as we can. So I think we have the most people on this side. Maybe we could take it with the audience behind, and we'll move people around to do. So we'll take a quick break and try to get everybody. Are they coming this way? Yeah. Okay. We're doing it up here, Councilor.
Yeah, we'll get everybody inside here. Let's get over there.
It's called a merlin instead of merlin.
Can you have a check up just a little bit?
Whatever you say.
So you want to, like, you want all of us to move forward? Is that what you're We're losing your signatures on that. It's still good. It doesn't go quite
Could you bring those kids down to the front? Yeah.
Come
through the short Okay, ready, guys? 1, 2, 3. Can you lift it up from that side? Just lift it there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Don't move, don't move, don't move.
Okay,
everybody up Perfect. Last one. Perfect. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Oh, thank you. That sounds good. For checks, yeah.
I love the one. Standard 40 million.
Yeah, well.
How many standards?
No, complete standard, not the
Thanks, Dennis. It's just...
No, playful banter. I'm a huge fan of that.
We got to celebrate.
I wasn't impressed with you. Why does he do that? And he asked to speak to you about it tomorrow, and then he printed it yesterday, like today, and then he printed it yesterday. I don't know. Oh, yeah. He just needs to do the services board right now. That's why he hasn't come yet.
Thank you. Oh, it's really getting narrow. Never allowed to. You know, he wants to hire his son, and I say no, and he wants to fire his son.
Okay, everybody, our next delegation is 6.1 regarding the Lawrence Scots Regiment 150th anniversary. Today's delegations are being given by Henry Rashurin and Master Corporal Chris Banks. I'd like to come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to council. Yes, I'm back again. The last time I was here, I challenged you to start changing your concept of veterans. Veterans, yes, there are senior citizens and et cetera, but there are also young men too. Today I present to you one of our veterans of this community, a veteran of the Afghan conflict. Master Corporal Chris Banks, and he's going to take you through our presentation today.
First off, I'd like to begin by thanking everyone here. For 150 years, the Lawrence Scots Regiment has been training soldiers and sending them to conflicts around the world. Soldiers who were born and raised in communities like Brampton, and for 150 years, we've been supported here at home by city councils such as yourself through visitations, parades, ceremonials, and assistance. So from all of us at the regiment, I'd like to start by thank you. The Lawrence Scots Regiment has been part of the Brampton community for over 200 years. Before the official formation of either the city or the regiment, back when it was just settlers in the area, they would take up arms to defend their homeland. The government of Canada has just recently recognized this by awarding us 4 battle honors for the War of 1812. The official beginning of the regiment was on the 14th of September 1866, formed in 2 separate battalions that would later become the regiment that we are today. Since the formation of the regiment, it has sent soldiers around the world to wars, to conflict zones, peacekeeping missions, humanitarian missions, disaster relief missions both at home and abroad, and domestic security missions here at home. This includes the war in Afghanistan, for which we were also just recently awarded the Battle Honor for. This September, our regiment becomes one of a small few Canadian military units that can claim service of 150 years to Canada. On the weekend of September 23rd to 25th, the Lawrence Scots will have monuments erected in our honor from the cities of Brampton, Oakville, Georgetown, and quite possibly Orangeville. His Royal Highness, Prince Edward, the Duke of Kent, will be with us this weekend to help us with our celebrations. We will begin with a monument unveiling here in Brampton on Friday. And again in Brampton, we will be having a formal military parade we call a Trooping of the Colors. We're one of the few small Canadian military units to exercise this tradition. That parade will take place at the Sandalwood Sports Complex at Sandalwood and Cote-de-Vie Road. Later that night, also here in Brampton, there will be a formal gala with His Royal Highness and community partners. The Lawrence Scots have been very fortunate to have the support of the city, thanks in no small part to your efforts. We've all but completed the planning and preparation for this. But I'm here before you today to humbly ask for some more of your assistance. The motion moved by Councillor Miles and Mayor Jeffrey is for the city to form a Support Our Troops Committee chaired by the Mayor, members of Council, and members of our Regimental Association. For the city to help us promote celebrations through social media and through your own contacts. For the Mayor and Council become champions of the regiment and to help us advocate for the gala, for which we have no federal government funding, and we are having to fundraise on our own. And for the Mayor and Council to support the gala by attending and purchasing tables. The regiment has very strong ties to the city. A regiment of 200 soldiers and veterans is headquartered less than 300 meters from these chambers. Our support in the community and our support for the community will not waver. We are very proud to be part of the city. Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and to the delegation. My new son-in-law actually is a retired Lawrence Scot, and so the Lawrence Scots did come to me to talk about the 150th celebration and all of the events, and at that time I said, well, this is something that every member of council, I'm sure, will be very proud of and want to participate in. So thus you have the motion, Madam Mayor, in front of you. And I think really what it's asking for council is to be the champions of this 150th gala, and join with the Lauren Scotts and probably thousands of people in our community who have had family members at some time fighting or members of the Lauren Scotts. So it's, I think it's something that each and every one of us can be very proud of, along with the dignitaries that are going to be coming to visit us from overseas. So with that, there is the motion in your agenda. There was a slight amendment, and I think the clerk has it, because I had failed to add in about the parade and the trooping of the colors. And that is also held on the same date as the 150th anniversary gala. So that's just a minor change to what's there, Madam Mayor. So happy to move this motion.
Great. Anybody else want to speak? No? First, council, I have a motion moved by Councillor Miles and seconded by myself that the following delegations be received. All those in favor? Carried. And Councillor Miles' motion, I believe everybody has. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay. All those in favor? That's carried. You got a unanimous vote. Thank you for coming. And we're looking forward to His Royal Highness's visit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Regarding the new Greater Toronto Area Foreign Direct Investment Agency changes to the ownership and corporate governance structure. Today's delegation is from Toby Lennox. He is the Interim Chief Operating Officer for Toronto Global. And after hearing from the delegation, we can consider item 8.1, the report from Dennis Kujajar, dated June 22nd, regarding the new Greater Toronto Area Foreign Direct Investment Agency, changes to ownership and corporate governance structure. Welcome, Toby.
Thank you, and thank you very much to members of council for hearing this update today. When I was here last, I was looking to get the support of Brampton and of other Toronto municipalities for the creation of the new Regional Foreign Direct Investment Agency. I'm delighted to report now that a lot of work that we had envisaged has been completed, and that includes doing work on final operating model, governance structures, the brand, as well as bringing together the various people who are going to be working for the Toronto region under the name of Toronto Global. Now, we're currently in the final throes of completing the formal funding arrangements, and in fact, this is quite a momentous couple of weeks, because over the course of the next 2 weeks, all of the municipalities will be, those that still require final authorities from councils, will be getting those authorities this week. Indeed, the City of Toronto Executive Committee last week endorsed the concept of Toronto Global, and what that actually means is that Toronto will be winding up Invest Toronto and will be transferring responsibilities for foreign direct investment work to Toronto Global. I recently signed an agreement with the province of Ontario where they've now committed their funding, and today I received the first tranche of funding, which will allow us to continue our work so that from a formal capacity, the province of Ontario is committed to Toronto Global. As I've discussed previously, what Toronto Global is going to be able to bring to Brampton and to the municipalities of the Toronto region is increased capacity, increased capabilities in order to be able to compete on the international stage to bring companies to municipalities such as Brampton. As I said, this work has already really begun. We have had already formal delegations and formal representation has gone to markets such as Korea, Spain, and Taiwan. We will actually be returning to China for a 2-week mission at the end of July. So what we're doing is being able to bring the value of Brampton onto the international stage to see if we can work with companies to bring them here to invest.
One of the things that has been of tremendous support for me is that there has been increased cooperation and collaboration from the Canadian and Ontario governments. We are seeing that they are interacting with us far more than previously on matters of sharing of leads, of sharing of strategies, and of cooperation with respect to messaging. So this has in fact been very, very gratifying to see that what our original intention was to bring these two organizations together to work for the region of the Toronto region of municipalities such as Brampton is starting to happen. I would also like to mention that I was delighted to be able to participate with Mayor Jeffrey and with Sohail Saeed on the Premier's mission to Israel. What was valuable for me was to be able to work both with the Mayor and with Sohail on and meeting with companies that have presences in both Brampton and Israel, such as Medtronics, to understand in the market in situ how the value proposition is being delivered. Indeed, I would like to particularly thank Sohail and the economic development staff. I would say that their dedication both to their craft but also their dedication to the City of Brampton has meant that at the discussion table, at the planning table for Toronto Global, the views and value proposition of the City of Brampton has been brought forth both forcefully but also cogently and has had an impact. Now, we're going to have a very busy fall and very busy years to come. We're planning a full slate of missions through the fall to Europe, back to Asia, and just recently to Latin America. We will be focusing on new markets such as India and Mexico with just the recent removal of visa requirements for the Mexicans. That is a market that is opening up for us. So I want to thank, first of all, Council for the support that you've given. You have certainly been a driving force behind the creation of Toronto Global through the representations that you've had at the Planning Council, and I look forward to working with you further to advance the economic interests of the City of Brampton. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have prior to your vote.
I don't see any questions on the board, but I'm going to ask you about something that's actually a growing market for us at the City of Brampton. I realize we've been looking at businesses and industries that are doing well here and how we can help them. But one of the industries in Brampton that seems to be growing at a very fast pace is film. So I wonder if, I've learned that Film Brampton has been actively seeking opportunities for Brampton as a location, and I believe we've been pretty successful up to now. But I think there's always room to grow because I know that the City of Toronto and their filming has kind of reached capacity. So would Toronto Global be able to equip or willing to work with our people in economic development to see if there's an opportunity to expand that sector here?
Absolutely. In fact, that is a perfect example of how my organization and the City of Brampton can work together. It's finding out what your priorities and what your opportunities are and taking them and building them into the strategies that we'll have. So when you speak of film, I think of two areas in particular. I think of what's happening on the on the west coast of the United States, but also in India. So we would like to be able to work with you to incorporate the identification of potential sites that you may have that are of value, but then to be able to incorporate those into our strategic approaches to each one of those markets. We are building up capacity in both India and on the West Coast, and we've had experience with some work in the film area already, so this is a perfect opportunity. And I think you're right, it's being able to look forward at those opportunities that are going to matter to the City of Brampton and make sure that we are able and equipped to carry those forward both on a dialogue but also on a strategic basis to identify companies to bring them here. Absolutely, I'd be delighted to help out with that.
And I have also heard that there is an interest by the province of Ontario to invest in a facility, a production studio space. And I don't know too much about it, but would you also be able to help us in working on an application if there is one that we can apply for?
Absolutely. Yes, no, I'd be delighted. But as I say, what I regard that as being as an example of other initiatives that we're going to be able to carry forward. Remember, we will have the capacity to do that. So it's exactly the type of thing we'd be looking forward to do. It's an exciting project.
Great. Thank you. So, Council, I have a motion moved by Councillor Willen, second by Councillor Bowman, that the delegation of Toby Lennox, Interim Chief Officer of Toronto Global, be received. All those in favour? That's carried. And maybe we can deal with your item, Mr. Kudijar. Did you want to add anything? And we can vote on your motion as well. 8.1.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe Toby Lennox has covered it all. Our report is really a formalization of the City of Brampton's position to provide funding to the organization, and it's a positive report moving forward.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Lennox. Council, the motion is 8.1, and it's the report from Mr. Kudijar regarding the Greater Toronto Area Foreign Direct Investment Agency and changes to the ownership and corporate governance structure be received. All those in favor? It's carried. Our next staff presentation is 6.3 from Fire Chief Michael Clark regarding the fireworks review. After the Chief's presentation, we can consider item 8.11, the report from the Fire Chief Michael Clark, Fire and Emergency Services, Public Services dated June 27th, 2016, re-amending Fireworks Bylaw 147-2006 and Business Licensing Bylaw 332-2013. Welcome, Chief Clark.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, senior staff, the public. So I'm here to speak to you about the fireworks review and with some suggestions for recommendations to amend the current bylaws. While I'm standing here alone, I really do represent a much broader team of staff members. I'm going to mention some of their names. So I have Thomas Plant from Strategic and Enterprise Services, Rob Eady from Corporate Effectiveness, Mike Mullock is my partner in Enforcement and Bylaw, Michelle Solsky from Service Brampton. I have, just make sure I don't miss anybody here. Bill Grant from Special Events, and from the Mayor's Office, Hasni Punya, Guru Singh Tour, and Sri Ram Raman. So that is part of a much larger team, and I'm very thankful of all the assistance and support that they've provided me through this project. So I'll admit to you that this whole project has taken a lot of twists and turns, and I've really taken a lot of input from all the stakeholders to kind of get to where we are right now. In terms of last year, when we brought forward the council resolution, the first resolution, we were asked to report back to you about the establishment, consequences, education, and enforcement of an outright ban of the sale and use of consumer fireworks. We're asked to leave the display fireworks as they are, and we're also asked to investigate the merits and the costs involved with the city-hosted Diwali event. I'm going to sum it up in this simple way in terms of the fireworks challenge. We need to come up with a solution that provides the best solution in terms of the safety of our citizens. That was profoundly expressed last year in council, and was also expressed to me subsequent meetings I had with Councillor Gibson and Councillor Paleshi. We also have to recognize the challenge or the difficulty that we have in the enforcement of the fireworks, especially when we're talking about enforcement at the use of fireworks. And we need to recognize the cultural sensitivities in terms of fireworks, especially again when we're looking at Diwali. Just so that we're clearly understanding what I'm talking about. So consumer fireworks are those fireworks that you or I or anyone else who's not a minor could use. We don't require special certification or special training to use them. They can only be used 4 days a year, and they require an online permit to do so. To achieve the online permit, and the main restriction or problem inhibiting it is the use or the requirement to have a 60-foot frontage or an 18-meter frontage. So that's the main issue. In terms of display fireworks, just to contrast that, that's what we would be familiar with in terms of Canada Day fireworks. Those fireworks require special training, a special certificate. And while we think in terms of the city-hosted fireworks, any commercial enterprise, if they follow all the requirements, they could also host display fireworks. When we look at the history, say in 2015, in terms of some of the challenges that we've had, and I'm going to focus in on Diwali only because it's the busiest time we've had for fireworks use.
So we had 572 people apply for fireworks, and only 83 people are approved. Again, the challenge is, or the main encumbrance is the fact, the requirement to have the 60-foot frontage. So most people can't meet that obligation. It's also interesting to consider that of all the fireworks that we know are being used on Diwali, only 83 people are doing it legally. There were 110 charges, again, if I focus in on Diwali as our biggest event, 110 complaints, and there were only 11 charges. Again, you have to recognize what the difficulty is. We have people right across the city all committing the same crime all at the same time, right? So they have to go out and probably done in about 15 minutes. So even by the time an enforcement officer arrives on a street, by the time they get all the paperwork done, they get one person charged that probably other people are done. And that's why I need to kind of point out that the solution to this will not be enforcement at the use alone. That's not where we are going to change this. Okay, so we did a lot of work in terms of reaching out to the Canadian National Fireworks Association, the vendors, we reached out to the public, and we reached out to the faith-based groups to kind of get their input. And I'm going to tell you that their input really did affect the outcome to this. Okay, so the Sikh community. Sikh community is, in terms of Brampton, is slightly over 19% of the population of our citizens, and I was very surprised by their input. They said they were okay with the ban. They were okay with the ban. Their main priority was safety. They said as long as safety is maintained, that's what's important to us. When we asked them about the idea of having it held, a city-hosted Diwali event, they weren't that keen on that. They felt what we're going to do is we're going to draw the worshippers away from the Gurdwaras, and that's where they would want them to be. So they weren't that keen on that idea. They did speak about having a partnership with the city. They want to make sure that their worshippers are familiar with the rules. So they talked about producing posters in Punjabi and allowing them to educate their own people about what the rules are, because they felt they were a little convoluted. Hindu followers, so in Brampton we have slightly under 12% Hindu people who follow the Hindu faith, and completely different response. So they didn't want the ban at all. But they were okay with the idea of a centralized city-hosted Diwali event. So it was a completely different reaction. So it's not consistent that way. So we met with Canadian National Fireworks Association. We had 2 public forums, and the only people who showed up were vendors and people of the Canadian National Fireworks Association. Okay, so they certainly expressed their opinions. The main point that they wanted to make is if we do an outright ban in Brampton, what we're going to do is we're going to lose control of it. It's better to kind of maintain some semblance of control within Brampton. Maintain the retailers within Brampton, because then you have some control of it. If you ban it outright, then what really happens is we're beholden to the suppliers or the retailers outside of boundaries of Brampton. Talked about Roman candles. And one vendor pointed out, he said, those are dangerous and we should be banning them. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And they also talked about increasing the restrictions upon the vendors. So they talked about what we should do is have a course similar to what's provided in Vaughan. And they said, increase the fee that we charge to make it so that there's a little bit more risk. There's something more to be lost if a vendor doesn't follow the rules. Oh, and I'm going to mention just one more thing that I think is kind of profound, is they said for Diwali, the main 2 products that they sell are fountains and the wheels, also known as pinwheels or Catherine wheels. And I found that very interesting. Okay, so something that's been mentioned a lot is about the ban that's in British Columbia. So in British Columbia, there's a ban consists of a lot of different municipalities, mostly we're talking to the south and east of Vancouver proper. The one thing that's interesting about the ban, of course, is because it's already in place. And for the most part, it started from about 2005, and progressively municipalities have jumped on board. Well, we can look at their history to say whether if we would copy something similar to that here, would we have equal effectiveness. Oops. So again, there's the question in BC, have they been successful or not? Well, I have the privilege, of course, of contacting fire chiefs in British Columbia, and pretty consistently they've said it has been a success. They've certainly seen the number of fires or fireworks-related incidents go down with the ban. The difference, or the question we would have to ask ourselves here then, is could we emulate something similar to that? And we're not talking a ban in one municipality, but could we do something that would spread right across the GTA? Because essentially that's what we would have to do to replicate what they've done. Okay, so I mentioned Roman candles. So Roman candles are handheld fireworks. Often, so they shoot stars out the end, and often they're used to shoot at targets, shoot at other people, and they're kind of known for their hazards. And when I was talking to the vendors, one vendor just said, oh yeah, those are dangerous, you should be banning those. So they're pretty forthright with that. The other thing I want to point out are the idea of flying lanterns, sometimes called Chinese lanterns. Very beautiful. You see commercials about them. And I find it a little ironic. I can't have an open burn in my backyard today, but I can light a candle off and send it off into my neighbor's pine tree, and that's perfectly legal in the city of Brampton today. I tell you that throughout the province, that's being banned. Mid-range fireworks, these are the types of fireworks that we typically would think of when we see the consumer fireworks. Those are the rockets shooting out. And these are the types of fireworks that, people are going to complain and they feel the risk because they're shooting out over their property, they're shooting out over their structures or homes and over their cars. So those are the biggest grief, I think. Oops. Then I'm going to talk about the short-range fireworks. These are types of fireworks that, when people set off, tend to stay on somebody's property. As a kid, this is what I would have more thought of fireworks. I think these days, a lot of people are trying to emulate the display fireworks, but when I was young, this is what I thought of fireworks. They stayed on your property. They didn't really cause an issue with the neighbors. So we think of sparklers and people used to talk about when families used to have fireworks, the big final conclusion was the burning schoolhouse, right? That was the big event at the end. In terms of a city-hosted Diwali event, all in, if we were to host it completely and pay for it ourselves, it was $375,000. Depending on the type of partnership we would have with a private, it would go any range from zero up to that amount. But again, I have to kind of point out there that the question is this really what the community is asking us to do? Okay, in terms of recommendations, and I have 4 main recommendations and then 3 additional ones. So the first one is the ban of the sale and use of all fireworks of commercial or residential use that would reasonably be expected to travel or pose a hazard more than 3 meters or 10 feet. So all those types of fireworks that would potentially leave the property, all right? So, and that would, of course, include the Roman candles and the flying lanterns as well, all right? Conversely, we're going to allow the consumer fireworks for the short-range fireworks, those fireworks that would be expected to stay on somebody's property or not threaten their neighbors. There's about 4 reasons I'm looking to do that. Number 1, I think the success to this solution is going to be in maintaining our retailers within the city of Brampton. If we close it off or forbid the sale of the fireworks within Brampton, then essentially what we're doing is we're kind of handing it over to the firework retailers in the neighboring municipalities. Sure, some of the people won't choose to go outside, but a lot of them will. So essentially what I'm trying to do is if somebody's choosing within Brampton to go buy fireworks, they go to the fireworks retailer that's in Brampton, but they don't find the other types of fireworks that are causing the nuisance. Okay? So we're recognizing the reality that we have with enforcement, that this is I think the better approach. The other thing that we're doing is enables us to continue to educate the public on the safe use of fireworks. Because if I'm telling everybody to ban it, then I can't educate them on how they ought to use fireworks safely if they're to use them at all.
And lastly, what it's doing is allowing the people who are celebrating Diwali to use the types of fireworks that they tend to use right now anyways. Okay, so we're going to mandate the safe use of consumer or residential fireworks. Remember when we talked a couple of years ago, we had the Bind a Twine fire. And what essentially happened there was somebody was using fireworks illegally. The neighbor threatened to call the police. So they quickly hid their fireworks in the garage, sparklers and all. And essentially what started that fire was because they put the sparklers away before they've been allowed to cool. So that was what caused that fire, all right? Because they felt that they knew they were doing something illegally, and then they in fact improperly disposed of their fireworks. So I think we need to do a big push to educate the public on how to handle their fireworks properly. I can go out today and buy sparklers all around the town, but people aren't being educated of the hazard surrounding those. So we need to educate them that way. We need to provide greater restrictions to the vendors. So we're going to forbid them from selling the illegal fireworks. We're going to require them to do annual training. We're also going to change the licensing fee. So right now, what it is if somebody comes and applies for a licensing fee, it's $185. They also have to pay for a fire inspection. That's $210, roughly $400 per event, so 4 times a year. But think about this. So if they come, they're entitled to sell for 7 days. If on the 6th day they get caught doing something improper and we pull their license, really they forfeited 1 day. So what I'm suggesting is bundling it all up into an annual fee, and potentially they forfeit the license for the year. All right, using the vendor's suggestion, it puts them at a greater risk, and it'll cause them to police themselves. Okay, so the next recommendations, in terms of the display fireworks, we're going to leave them as is. In terms of the Diwali event, I think right now I'm not going to recommend it, and the reason why is because I don't know that it fills the need. If we were going to go for an outright ban, then I see the need to replace it with something, but that's not what I'm suggesting. And the other thing too is it doesn't necessarily fill the request or the want of the Sikh community. Okay, and lastly, we're going to come back and report a little bit more detail about the financial implications. So next steps are to amend the bylaws, the 2 associated bylaws, to implement a communication strategy, and that's between 21,000 and 47,000. And that really is going to be a large part of the success, is educating the public on what's required, the changes, and the safe use of fireworks. And the other part too is enforcement blitz, is the idea for 1 or 2 years is to really kind of bear down with our enforcement people, to make sure not only it's being done properly, following the rules at the retail, but also at the use. And that's it. Any questions?
Oh, yeah. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for all the hard work that you and your team have done in this. When I brought this forward, I don't know, it was 8 or 9, 10 years ago, this is exactly what I was trying to accomplish and to get to. And I know not everybody agreed with what I was trying to do. I was accused of all kinds of horrific things, taking fireworks away from kids and things like that. But what ended up happening was, we used the words education and enforcement back then, and we had to educate the public. Well, that backfired on us, in my opinion, and I said it then, it would backfire, because all we did is highlight the fact that people could put off fireworks, and we get more complaints now than we've ever had when we first brought this forward. But I do agree with you in doing this. What we have to do is educate people on why we're doing this and the dangers of fireworks. And your point to the last big fire that we had was just sparklers. It goes to show that something simple as sparklers can cause a fire and even cause death if they're not handled properly. I brought the motion forward, Madam Mayor. I think I've signed it with the clerk, but I'd like to bring it forward, and I'll move the motion. But, some of the fireworks here that the Chief's report is going to ban, you just look at the names of the things, and if you ever watch CNN when there's a war going on, You see them talk about the bombshells, the mines, the missiles, and the barrages. The things that these call these fireworks are things that are associated with wars. You know, and why? Because they go so blooming high, and they cause such a ruckus. They are bombs, really, when you think about it, in some respect. And those are the things that I think we need to be cautious of it and ban, and make sure that they not only can't be used in Brampton unless they're in a controlled environment by professionals, trained professionals, but also that they're not sold either. Because you point to, you and I talked about this, that if we just had them banned, people are probably going to go to some other municipality, buy them, or bring them in here. You're right, that's probably what would happen. The ban works, interestingly enough, the ban works in another community at West, and around Halloween. Kind of strange, I think. I don't know why that's the kind of thing that around Halloween we don't have that happen at all here. But I think what we've got to at this point is a really good, I wouldn't call it a compromise, but a really good, effective control over the things that are dangerous, very dangerous. And at the same time, putting forward an education and then enforcement. Enforcement's going to be really key here. I know we've said this all along. And I just loved what you said about the community is all at the same time creating a crime all at once. All this crime is going on at one time. How could you ever enforce that? So we're going to have to be very stringent in enforcement. We're going to have to probably really nail some people, because at the beginning of this, there's going to be some that just won't listen and maybe haven't paid attention. And a lot of people in very good intentions are putting these things off. Like, not everybody's, I think most of them don't even realize they're breaking the law. And that's the key to this is going to be how we get this out. It can't be just put in the local newspaper. That's just part of it. Or it's got to be, every household's got to know that this is what you can and can't do in Brampton, and the reasons why. Because it's not safe if they're not done in a controlled environment. You point about sparklers is a very good one. The sparklers and the small things, burning schoolhouses, could all be done in a very safe environment. If people pay attention to and listen to the fire department and how they should be putting them off, and what they should have in preparation. I had a guy talk to me a few weeks ago about how he puts them off in, not Brampton, but another community. And he said, holy smokes, one of those things, I was holding it and it just blew right out of my hand. And I said, seriously, you were holding it while it was going up? He says, oh yeah. That to me just tells you that people just don't understand what they're really doing. They're holding a bomb, in a sense, in their hands when they're putting them off. So the education is very important. I feel right from the beginning, very passionate that we need to have done something years ago, and I think we're at that point now. This is a really good step forward, I think, for us to be allowing fireworks to happen, allowing those celebrations to happen, but at the same time doing what our job is, and our job is to protect the public. And we're not just protecting the people that are putting them off, we're protecting the public around them too. So thank you very much, Chief, for that. I'm happy to move it, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Bowman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for doing the report. I was with you at one of those meetings, and I got to hear the retailers who were very, very vocal and very enthusiastic. I just had a couple of questions. If we're looking at removing the need to get a permit, is there still an age restriction involved in selling fireworks?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The age restriction is a federal requirement, so minors are not allowed to do it. And likewise, too, even though I haven't spoken about it, a lot of the rules will still stay in place in terms of you still have to do it on your own property, you can't do it on the road and parks and all those other types of rules. So things that I hadn't mentioned are still going to be maintained. But you're right, so you still cannot do it if you're a minor.
Okay, so will we be able to enforce that with the people who are selling the fireworks to ensure, just like cigarettes, that they're not selling to minors?
through you, Madam Mayor. Of course, the sale we can enforce, and that's easily done. It's a little bit more challenging, again, to do it at the use. That's part of the education. We do educate the people, we educate the kids at the Fire Life Safety and Education Center about the use of fireworks and the fact that they shouldn't be doing it. It's funny what Councillor Gibson was saying, because I could tell you that Tina Hickey, when she reports back to me, and what she says to me is sometimes the kids say, are you using the fireworks safely? And they go, oh, sure. I make sure to hold the fireworks with two hands when I set them off. But my little brother's smaller, so Mommy holds it with one hand as well. So you're right, that's a problem that we have as well. But a lot of times, those types of fireworks are the Roman candles that we're speaking of, and those are pose a greater risk, I think, to the kids. So the larger fireworks are more typically be done by the parents.
Okay, and finally, Chief, is there any rules and regulations about the little cherry bombs?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, firecrackers are banned, so they're banned currently.
So we need to make sure that that's part of the education, to make sure that they're banned of use.
You're right. And so what's going to happen is enforcement is going to be a little bit more proactive in going through the retailers and weeding out those forbidden or banned fireworks.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your hard work in this. And I think as much fun as firecrackers are or fireworks are, I think public safety is always our first and foremost priority. I don't think we can wait till somebody either loses his eye or loses their life to take the correct actions. But I think we've reached a good compromise where people can still enjoy the festivals, but at the same time be safe. Just share a story, a couple of quick stories. I think we spoke about this as well when we had a discussion about a year or so back. Some of these fireworks displays are literal war zones. I was at one last year. I believe Madam Mayor was with me as well. Or I was with Madam Mayor as well at a festival, and it really felt like I was in a war zone. There's, firecrackers flying everywhere, and I think at that time the police had shown up. And about 17 or 18 years ago, there's two groups. I was at one of these functions as well, and there's two groups shooting at each other. And my dad got his pant leg from the knee down burnt off, so it could have been more severe injuries. Luckily, he wasn't hurt that much, but I'm sure there's a lot more cases like this, and these are the things we want to prevent. But I have two questions, though. The lot size. If you were to do fireworks at your home, does the lot size requirement, does that remain 60 feet?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we're going to remove that. So essentially what we're doing is we're allowing everybody to do fireworks which are safe fireworks, with the premise that those fireworks aren't going to leave their property anyway.
Okay. Second question is there any way, because I've seen just recently the commercials they have for like the cell phone ban, and they're very powerful messages that they're showing. But is there any type of education that we can provide in terms of putting a newspaper ad in, or even speaking to the Board of Education? Are there any plans for that?
Through Madam Mayor, we haven't considered speaking to the Board of Education, but certainly we can. It's laid out there in terms of the media strategy. There's a lot of different approaches that we're going to be taking and exploring all different ideas to get the message out.
The reason I'm saying that, because what happens is, my kids, they go to school and they'll learn something, they'll come back and make sure that, we follow. And I've seen that in many cases as well, where a lot of the time it's the kids who learn it in educating the parents. So I think that would be a great idea if we can look into that as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councillor Spopieri.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Generally speaking, I'm agreeable to the direction that you're recommending. I think it's a good way to go. I don't believe it will ever, we can never put any regulation in place that's going to prevent people from doing fireworks unless we totally ban it across the province, maybe across the country. And then, of course, you get the problem down in the States. People down there go there and buy them. And it's almost like trying to prevent speeding. We know that it happens. Some get caught, most of them don't. I probably am in one of those categories. I should have been caught a few times, but I've been lucky. So, and I see that on the highway when I go north. People they speed and very few get caught. Now, the question I have for you is the ban on the certain types that we find that there could be hazardous. They're not being banned in the GTA. The proposal is just to ban them here in Brampton, I would imagine. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. Now, the two that are being banned in certain locations are the flying lanterns and the Roman candles are in certain municipalities being banned.
So what I would suggest, Chief, is, and I'm sure that there will be people who will go around Mississauga, Toronto, and Caledon, or wherever they sell them, and they will, try to get what they call the exciting ones. And I'm sure it's going to happen, and maybe we have to look at ways to really come down hard on when these people get caught with them here in Brampton, when they're made illegal, and propose some heavy fines, just like the fines in the construction zones. You double the amount, so people are very careful of construction zones. And so perhaps that will be a deterrent to propose some heavier fines of people who are abusing our new regulations. And I don't know whether we can set the fines or whether that's set by the court, but certainly maybe we could look at that through the bylaw department, is look at having hefty fines for people. And we go after those people. Whenever they're reported they're firing off those dangerous ones, we use our forces to go after them and then be severe and harsh, and perhaps people will learn that there's a big price to pay and the consequences are serious if they break the rules in Brampton. So can we do that? Can we set some heavy fines?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the rate of fines are set at provincial levels, so we can't affect that. But you're right about when you talk about your analogy of speeding, because we spoke that way as well. It's as if you could speed for the rest of your life, and the potential of being caught was maybe once in a lifetime. You're likely going to kind of take that risk. But if people think that the likelihood of being caught and prosecuted is much higher, then more likely it's going to be a greater deterrent. So that's the idea of the enforcement blitz. It's not necessarily what the outcome is, but just the process of going through the courts, and I think it's going to be a big deterrent. If people are seeing other people or hearing about other people being charged and fined, I think that's going to be a deterrent in itself.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Welcome. Councillor Williams.
Thank you through you, Madam Mayor. I support your recommendations as well. I think the education is very important, and not just the local vendors, but trying to do it regionally as well. I'll give you an example. I was in the Ottawa Valley this weekend, and there was people coming from other counties, other communities, and the store in the Westmeath County, a fellow came from Bromley County, and she refused to sell it because it was a ban, it was a Forestry Act ban on it, and that's a $10,000 fine, and they'd implemented it before. So I think that's very important, and I thought you spoke about trying to do it regionally, and I think that's important as well, because like you're saying, a couple of councilors alluded to it, there's nothing from bringing them in from the other areas, so I think that's a step in the right direction as well too, but I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Moore. Thank you. I'm going to assume that if we pass these recommendations, that it takes effective for the Diwali and New Year's celebrations this year.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so it's dependent upon the speed that we can affect the bylaw, rewrite the bylaw, bring it back for actual amendment.
So are you anticipating having it done by that time?
We're aiming for that.
Okay. I can't reinforce enough the importance of an effective communication strategy. We've been having this conversation for over 10 years around this table, and I don't know about other members of council, but this year I had more inquiries about, are we allowed to set them off? What are the rules? And I can only imagine it'd be interesting to see how many inquiries like that came into 311 as well. We haven't, I hope this is our final landing spot, because we've it's been like follow the bouncing ball. We haven't had a consistent set of rules for the past 10 years, and people are confused. And so here we are changing the rules again. And so you're talking about removing the 60-foot requirement and really lowering the height of the fireworks and getting that message out. I can only imagine the first time we go through this, for those who the communication strategy did not reach, we'll be calling on all of their neighbors, and so the number of calls coming into 311 may ramp up until people understand what the new sets of rules are. I don't know how we avoid that, but I think we need to be prepared to respond to it this year. But that's, the education piece is important, but the communication strategy for the first round of the holiday that's involved in this that's impacted by the new changes is going to be, people are going to be frustrated because they may not get, if we don't ramp up, if they can't get through to 311, then they're going to get frustrated. So we've worked really hard to make that an effective way for our residents to communicate with us, and if they are dissatisfied with it, then it's not going to help us.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I agree with you. And I mentioned even yesterday, we're at a ward meeting, and there was police officers in the room, and I suggested that I'll bet you that the police officers don't know the rules because it's so confusing and convoluted. It'll be a lot simpler just to say if they shoot up in the air, they're not allowed, and everything else pretty much is allowed. So I mean, I think that'll be a lot simpler for the police and for everybody.
But some people may think that the 60-foot frontage requirement is still in place, so it's important to communicate that piece of it as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Councilor Pelleshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I was at that ward town hall, Councilor Rhodes. Chief, here at the City of Brampton, we tend to, we impose a lot of regulations, rules, and bylaws, and for the most part, we think the majority of them are good. We have a few bad apples that kind of change our minds in the way we're thinking, and we start thinking that it'd be safer if nobody was allowed to do this. I can see here now, and I'm glad to say that this is a great compromise. It gives the ability for people to not only, the people that don't have the big lots, the smaller lots, it gives them the ability to show their kids, the fire wheels, and everybody wants to burn a schoolhouse. So I'm happy to see that we've gone this direction instead of the all-in-outright ban. Spinning wheels, and that's all my kids want to see is some lights and spinning around, and they don't necessarily want to see the big kabooms and stuff like that. Sometimes they like the booms, but I just want to say that this is a great compromise, and I think you guys have done a terrific job in bringing this back to council. When I look at the fireworks communications budget estimate, of course, I see numbers and I think they're too high. I kind of always think numbers are too high. I would be interested to know how much we put into the communications of the previous adjustment to the rules in terms of 60 foot. I understand that some people knew, a lot of people didn't know about it. So I'd be interested to know how much money we spent on that. I know we want to get this out, and we want to get it out to everybody. I can't say that I look at this and think that this is the best opportunity to do that. I see some of some of the, like the paper, the Brampton Guardian and Snap, their numbers aren't as high as I would have thought they would have been. So I don't know if we should try and utilize that a little bit more. The ethnic media portion, and it just coming with a $10,000 price tag, I'd like to see that separated. There's 5 publications. That means there's 5 different subscriptions that we're going to be utilizing. I'd like to see that. And then some of the, I don't know about anybody else, and I just, in talking to residents and stuff about how we promote Brampton and communicate, billboards at Shoppers World, at City Center, never seem to come up. So, and whenever I go to Shoppers World or Brampton City Center, I'm very, get into my store, get what I need, and leave. And I'm not really tending to look around. I know there's people that do go in there, but I don't know if that's the best use of our dollars. So I'm happy to support this. I would just ask that maybe we relook at the communication strategy. And like Councillor Dillon said, it is so important that we get into the schools, because those are the people that are going home and telling their parents, because they know something that their parents don't know. And believe me, when I have 3 kids that come back to me and tell me something that I don't know, they're all about telling me something that I don't know. So it's a huge, we need to get into our schools and talk about them, and I'm sure that we're going to have some awareness at our training facility there at Jinkuzi Park. We'll incorporate that into this as well. So I just ask that maybe we relook and see what the best, most effective strategy is. I'm not sure if this is it or not. Thanks, Chief.
Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Great presentation. I just want to ask you a quick question. When it says create annual license, that means they could actually sell all year round, or just certain days?
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor, the rules won't change that way in terms of when they can sell. So we're still suggesting they can only sell for the 7 days for each one of the events. The difference is they'll be all in at once. So when they get their 2017 license, that will allow them over the four events. So potentially, again, like I say, even though the cost may not be that much different than what they're paying right now, if they participate in the 4 events, they potentially have more risk, because they're going to forfeit the entire year versus one more day in this event. So, but otherwise, they're still going to be selling them for the same time period that they do currently.
And one more, do we have many vendors selling these?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's about 40 people who we're aware of.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no more speakers. I want to thank the team that worked on this. I know there were many hours put into it with a lot of our staff, and this was a challenging file to take on, so thank you, Chief, for your courage. I'm wondering if the movers of the motion, Councillor Gibson and Councillor Moore, would be willing to put in a date that staff report back, as I think a year from now wouldn't be long enough. Maybe July 2018 would give us a period of time, just as a suggestion. Are you willing to support that? Okay. So the motion is moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Moore, with the amended on the 8th item to say in July 2018. All those in favor? Thank you. And the motion 12.4 goes along with it, that the correspondence from Amanda Cameron, Executive Director, Canadian National Fireworks Association, dated July 5th, the council meeting of June 5th, regards to the firework review, be received as moved by Councillor Spovieri and seconded by Councillor Moore. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We've done all of the items. Our next item is added delegation, is 6.4 regarding the Huron-Ontario Light Rail Transit Project, Memorandum of Understanding, Metrolink, City of Brampton, and City of Mississauga, Wards 3 and 4. Today's delegation is from Aloha Donner on behalf of the Etobicoke Residents Association And after hearing from the delegation, we can consider 8.5, the report from Chris Davison, Director of Transportation Special Projects. Welcome, Aloha.
Hi, Council. My name is Noah Reggie. I am a Aloha donor, and I am now the co-founder of the Etobicoke Creek Residents Association. I'm pleased to speak to and support item 8.5, the Huron Ontario LRT Memorandum of Understanding with Metrolinx. I reached out to the folks at 5 Degree Lock in Brampton, 1 Brampton, and fellow residents to add to my thoughts on this item. I'd like to thank you for previously showing interest in the Creek Route LRT. Had you not done that, I don't think I would have ever become as engaged in transit issues in Brampton as I am now. So you've created another community activist. I have written to you with all the reasons I support the LRT MOU, as I don't have time to list them here. As we are often told, there is only one taxpayer. However, not all taxes are collected equally. Why is the LRT MOU a good deal for taxpayers? Because it's based on provincial taxes, not on property taxes. Most of the provincial taxes are based on income or corporate profits. Property taxes are regressive. Income taxes are not. That's one reason. This is a good deal for Brampton, including the working poor, because 100% of the infrastructure costs are the responsibility of the province. Here's my suggestion for how you can make this deal even better. Move to add Maine to the MOU. I've read the procedural bylaw. You can do this. After adding Maine to the MOU, I have an idea for another motion. Take the $15 million per EA for McLaughlin and Kennedy, and instead spend that money on studying LRT north to Mayfield, and start an LRT from the downtown Brampton going on Queen, west to Mount Pleasant. We all love our four corners of historic downtown Brampton. This is a chance for a Brampton Transit Four Corners. Each side of Brampton and places in between could then be reached. Brampton East with Queen Rapid Transit, Brampton North with the Main North LRT, Brampton West with the Queen West LRT, and Brampton South with the HLRT. Wouldn't this be a great complement to our A2A electrified regional express railway west of Brahmania? Now, I know what you were thinking. Aloha, we have decided there will never be LRT north of Steeles on Main. Give it a rest. Interesting. People said the same thing to me when I demanded better services for my daughter who has special needs. Never doubt the determination of a mother, of transit users, or people that want to see action. The plan I just outlined, Brampton Transit Four Corners, benefits everyone. It saves money, it includes all Brampton, it gets shovel on the ground. Council, your no to Main decision reminds us of the state of the Leave campaign after the Brexit vote. What's your backup plan? Are you going to demand 100% funding from McLaughlin or Kennedy from the province? Or do you realize the best you may get is 33%, just like Ottawa and Kitchener-Waterloo got? How much would that cost property taxpayers? Look, I get it. You are politicians. Changing your mind is hard. Flip-flopping is immediately ridiculed, and you'd be disappointing some of the key people who voted for you. But by putting Maine back in and using funds you've already approved in the long-term best interests of Brampton, I urge you to amend the MOU, put Maine back in, and CEA money for the Brampton Transit Four Corners Plan of Action. I'm confident if you do this, we could work together, asking the province to keep its part of the deal for Maine. And just like Ottawa, Bowmanville, Niagara, and Toronto, get even more provincial money for more LRT lines. I have a lot of experience advocating for better results for my daughter from the province. I can help. A Brampton Trust Four Corners is a better value for Brampton property taxpayers compared to the uncertainty we now face. It is too late to keep the UK in the EU, but it's not too late to put Maine back in the MOU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have Councillor Videos.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Laura, thank you very much. It's okay, it's fine. Thank you for your delegation, for showing your passion. I've had the pleasure to meet you 2 or 3 occasions, and I've never, it's an amazing, the passion and the type of work that you and the fellow residents have showed. You're determined in your opinion. Regarding, I guess, the reopening of the motion, I would just ask the city clerk to explain to Loa how reopening a motion would be, because it's not just simply us, it would have to be, I guess, just that nuance of councillors who supported it, the different decision would have to reopen it. It's not something that we can put on the table today.
Through you, Madam Chair, members of council, to the delegation, yes, I think the delegates' remarks were speaking to what effectively is a simple amendment to a motion, but council has already made a decision in October of last year in terms of the route, and council has been very explicit, so council's rules to change its decision are very specific in terms of a notice of motion required to be introduced by a member of council that voted on the prevailing side, and a 2/3 vote of the councillors present to overturn or change its decision that is previously made, and those are council's rules.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A motion moved by Councillor Miles, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the delegation be received and the correspondence be received. All those in favor? That's carried. We also have a motion, 8.5, moved by Councillor Palacian, seconded by Councillor Bowman, with regards to the report by Mr. Diveston, the Director of Transportation Special Projects Planning and Infrastructure Services. Anyone want to speak or ask questions about this motion? Councillor Moore.
Well, thank you. I just have a request of staff, and that is to keep a running total of all of the value of all the costs that Brampton incurs, whether we're being reimbursed or not, whether it's costs inside or outside the MOU. So just to, so that we have a very clear sense of what the local contribution has been to this.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're already doing it, and we will continue to do it throughout the life of the project.
Okay, so that will be for all costs, including the waiving of fees and whatnot. They have a value to them?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely.
Okay.
Everything from road occupancy permits to road closure permits and so on, all of that will be taken into account.
Terrific. And how are you going to report that to council? Annually or semi-annually? At budget time? When can we expect to see?
We would suggest that, through you, Madam Mayor, we would suggest that we would report back to council or through Planning and Infrastructure Services Committee every 6 months.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Spovieri.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a clarification, staff. I did some email correspondence with Chris, and I'd like to get a clarification on as part of the memorandum of understanding, it stated that the operations will be shared, the cost of operations will be shared between Metrolinx and the City of Brampton. And one of the concerns that I've always had is the ridership may not unfold as predicted. I believe that was one of the most serious concerns that was with this Main Street line. And I'd like to have an understanding that once and I understand that details have not been finalized with Metrolinx, but once those details are finalized and you report back to us what the terms are, if at that point if council is not happy with the arrangements or proposed by Metrolinx, is there still time for us to say, hold on here, we're not happy with with the council as a council. We're not happy with what's being proposed and the cost sharing, and take a step back, or are we binding ourselves today by entering into this memorandum of understanding, and basically we're tied in regardless of whether we like the terms or not once they're established.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this memorandum of understanding is a non-binding understanding, but it sets out the rules as to how we're going to come up with the master agreement. The master agreement is going to have many components to it. And so as we negotiate, and the operation isn't going to start until, if they actually do start construction in 2018, the operation of the LRT won't come on stream until 2022. So I'm just conjecturing here, but there will be a long time before we come up with an operating agreement, even at a staff level, and then we'll have to bring it back to council for ratification. And it's fairly complex. It's where do trips originate, how do they integrate between our Zoom and bus system, what percentage of it, where does the trip generate from, where is it going to? So all of these things, there will probably be some kind of formula. I understand your concern, Councillor, that if it's based on ridership and the ridership isn't there, that that our municipality will suffer from it. And that's something for us to watch and something for us to take into consideration as we're negotiating with Metrolinx.
Okay. And I don't know how we verify those numbers, the ridership numbers, because when we went through the process, actually there was two sets of numbers. Some were predicted by Metrolinx and some were predicted by staff, and then there was another also by the consultants who did the study, the EA. They were different numbers again. So, they're all over the place, and we certainly don't want to be approving any agreements based on bloated numbers. So we have to be very careful that the numbers are realistic, and when it comes to that, hopefully we can pin it down to a realistic number that we can work with.
Through you, Madam Mayor, those are all great points.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, the motion is 8.5, here Ontario Light Rail Transit Project Update, the Memorandum of Understanding. It's moved by Councillor Pelletier, seconded by Councillor Bowman. All those in favor? That's carried. We are now at the reports, and the OMB appeals item, which is item 8.3, is here. It's moved by Councillor Moore and seconded by Councillor Spovieri. And Mr. Rea is here to offer advice. Did you want to present anything beyond the report?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just briefly, this is an information report. Staff are not seeking direction. It's the second such report that we've brought following direction by council to give periodic status updates on the OMB matters. There are 28 active appeals that we're reporting on, and as well we're reporting on those that have been concluded since we last reported in November 2015.
Okay, I have no more speakers. Moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Spovieri, that the report be received. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. We're now at the part of the agenda, 8.4. It's a staff report regarding the amendment to the Building Division Appointment Bylaw 308-2012 to appoint a chief building official and inspectors. Are there any questions from members? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Gibson, that the report be received and the bylaw be passed to amend the Building Division Appointment Bylaw as set out in Appendix A to the report. All those in favor? Is everybody voting? Yes. All those in favor? Thank you. It's carried.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
if I may?
Sure.
I'd just like to take this opportunity, Madam Mayor, just to thank Lillian McGinn for the work she did as the acting chief building official for basically the last 9-10 months. She's done a super job.
Nice, good job. We're at now, I think 8.5 is gone. 8.6 is a staff report regarding the application to amend the official plan and the zoning bylaw, Gagnon and Law Urban Planners Limited, 14-35586 Ontario Limited, 30 McLaughlin Street, South Ward 3. Any questions, comments? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through a notice from the clerk last night, he advised myself and the area councillors that there are some changes on the horizon for the Planning Act that will necessitate an addition or an amendment to the recommendation, and it's as printed before you, and that's to make sure that this recommendation is in compliance with the new Planning Act requirements.
I understand it is. Mr. Bush? Yep.
So I'm happy to move that amendment.
Thank you. And Councillor Bowman has seconded it. All in favor? It's carried. Eight 7, 8H, all in consent. 813 is a report from Sue Connor, Executive Director of Planning, Public Services, dated June 1st, regarding cost sharing with Sheridan College, Steeles Avenue, resume improvements Phase 2 to construct a bus loop on Sheridan College property. Any questions on that item? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Willens, that the report be received and the Mayor and the City Clerk authorized to enter an agreement with Sheridan College Institute of Technology and Advanced Learning. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. I think it was in consent? Oh, we already dealt that, I think. Oh, we haven't did. So do I have the motion now? Oh, there it is. So I went in the wrong order here. Thanks for catching that. So 812 is a report from the Acting Manager, Realty Services, Public Services, regarding the delegation of certain encroachment agreements by delegated authority and to amend the delegation of authority. Any comments or questions? I have a motion by Councillor Spolieri, seconded by Councillor Miles, that the report be received and the bylaw be passed. All those in favor? That's carried. We're now at item 10. These are the committee reports or minutes. We have two sets of minutes today under Council's meeting procedures. The committee chair introduces their committee report or minutes and summarizes the matters considered that are now being brought forward to Council today for ratification. Councilor Moore, you chaired Planning and Infrastructure Service Committee, which met on June 12th. Committee minutes are here for Council's receipt only, since the committee recommendations were approved at the June 22nd Council meeting, and now pass the chair to you, lead Council, in the consideration of the committee minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We did approve the recommendations at the previous committee, but in terms of the minutes, and at a very high level, there were several additions to the agenda, including matters related to the LRT, the Norville Quarry, the Classic Car Celebration, and there was a stormwater management report and presentation for committee. There were several delegations that spoke on the LRT, the Credit Valley Conservation Authority on a new SNAP program at Fletcher's Creek Neighborhood Action Plan, and there was a presentation on citywide secondary plan review. Under the planning section, we had a number of routine reports, but of specific concern was zoning bylaw amendment to extend the downtown parking exemption, and there were 3 demolition permits issued, one on Fenton Way, 2 on Clarence, and 1 on Denison Avenue. Under Public Works, we had 2 reports on traffic calming. There was a report of particular concern to the area councillors on Torrebram Road, truck restriction, and there were some 2016 new school infrastructure improvements. And we also had dealt in camera and on a discussion item added at the request of Councillor Palashi. Are there any questions? Councillor Medeiros.
A question to staff regarding item 171, the environmental assessments for Kennedy and McLaughlin Road. Do we have any further information regarding estimated costs that's going to be associated with the environmental assessments?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we've just started to work on the terms of reference. We don't have any preliminary costs at this time.
Do we have, through the chair, do we have ballpark based on other environmental assessments that have taken out other municipalities, or you wouldn't want to venture into those specifics?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think it'd be premature at this time. Anything I could give you now is really a guess, and I don't think it'd be a very...
Are you talking about, sorry, through the chair, would we say hundred thousands, or would we be in the millions, or?
Through you, Madam Chair, through you, Councillor Medeiros, you're trying to peg me down, and let's put it this way, it's probably more than 100,000 and probably less than 20 million, so it's on there.
So that's a good point. Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to request a re-recorded vote for items 171 and items 172.
Councillor Medeiros, we already dealt with these, with the recommendations at our last council meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, Madam Mayor, I'll turn the minutes back to you for ratification of receipt.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Spoliari, that the minutes of the Planning and Infrastructure Services Committee meeting of June 20th be received. All those in favor? That's carried. Councillor Willens, you and the council representative on the Brampton Heritage Board met on June 21st. Committee minutes are here at today's meeting since the next Planning and Infrastructure Services Committee meeting is not scheduled to meet again until September. I now pass the chair to you, lead council, in the consideration of the committee minutes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. The minutes are fairly self-explanatory. There was held at a meeting at 45 Railroad Street that the Heritage Board endorsed the old Copeland Chatterson Dominion Escape building with the incorporating the old heritage of the building into the new condos that are going up there. So it was fully endorsed by the Heritage Board. So that was the highlight of the meeting. And the rest is pretty well self-explanatory with permits and the heritage designation. So pass it back to you for ratification.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. We have a motion moved by Councillor Willens, seconded by Councillor Bowman, that the minutes of the Heritage Board meeting of June 21st, 2016 to the council meeting of July 6th be received and that the recommendations be approved in the subject minutes. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Okay. We're at 12.1. We have correspondence from Mayor Bonnie Crombie, City of Mississauga, dated June 3rd, with regards to intensive behavioral intervention therapy, autism spectrum disorder to be received. All those in favor? All those opposed? I think I saw both sides.
Well, I'm on the board, just
Oh, sorry, I just saw you. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure who I would address this to, if it's to council colleagues or to you, Madam Mayor. Just, I see Mississauga showing their support to go to the province and request further funding and support for children with autism. And, I think at the City of Brampton, I would like to show that solidarity in an official capacity as well. I'm not sure how we do it. I'll leave the floor open, but I think it would be important that this council also show that, our support for parents who have children with autism. And I think Mississauga really showed some leadership here, and I think the City of Brampton should show equal leadership and support to our parents, especially in the City of Brampton. Thank you.
So, Councilor Medeiros, there was an announcement made by the province last week. I believe this has already been addressed, but I'll leave it to your wisdom as to what you do. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Madam Mayor. I believe the province have backtracked on this particular legislation. I'm not sure where it's going. but I think the voice of the community was heard by them, and so they're relooking at it. But I would really like to if you don't mind, direct staff to bring that information back to us as to where it is going.
So, Councillor Miles, the motion, the clerk has thought ahead and given me the news release on June 28th. The province is accelerating the implementation of the new Ontario Autism Program. It's a new program which will provide all children, regardless of age, with more flexible services at a level of intensity that meets each child's needs, individual needs, significantly reducing wait times for service and increase the number of treatment spaces available. So I'm not sure, beyond the news release that council would want, so maybe what we can do is just pass the news release around to council. That would probably be sufficient, okay? So thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Gibson and seconded by Councillor Spovieri that the correspondence from Mayor Bonnie Crombie be received. All those in favor? That's carried. We also have some correspondence from Chair Dale, Regional Chair and Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Appeal, dated June 3rd, with regards to the Regional Municipality Appeal as a pilot site for basic income guarantee study. The motion is moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Spovieri. Any questions? No? All those in favor? It is carried. We have a piece of correspondence from the Budget Committee Chair Gibson regarding the 2017 budget process. It's here moved by Councillor Gibson and seconded by Councillor Bowman. All those in favor? It's carried. Yeah. Next item, we've covered all the others. 16.1 is the other business. This is an item that Councillor Pellecci brought up at the beginning of the meeting. Councillor Pellecci, did you want to speak on this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So back at Economic Development Committee, we were talking about employment lands, and it was brought to our attention then that the new building at Hanson and Queen Street, we wanted to try and we understood that SHIP was having a little bit of issues trying to get there. At that meeting, it was told that 150 employees. It's now, by way of that conversation, I started asking some questions, and it's turning out to be closer to 202 or 250 employees. So I think that there could be a good potential to see if we can just gather all parties together, the region, the City of Brampton, SHIP, and the developer, Martin Waite Contracting, or the contractor, to see if we can come together just to work out the details and see if we can help them along and try and occupy that second floor. In return, occupying that second floor with a company like SHIP will then boost the first floor to first floor's employment as well. At least that's what kind of I've been led to believe by our smart staff members. So, and that's kind of why I brought it forward, and see where it goes, see if there's opportunities to help and try and occupy the space.
Councillor Miles?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As Chair of Housing and Human Services at the region, I would be happy to facilitate that meeting.
Thank you. Our next item is I think maybe you should have a conversation and then come back with, if there's something we can do after that. Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't think so. The chair of the regional committee has said that she will facilitate a meeting, so a meeting will be scheduled.
Okay. Our next item is Regional 18.1, the regional briefing from the CAO's office, and I believe Victoria and Debrita are here to answer any questions anybody has. Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a question. I had spoken to Chief Patushka. It's just regarding an in-camera agenda item, which is going to be at the region, regarding an anaerobic digestion facility, which has been, I guess, considered for the city of Brampton. And my concern was that regional staff have suggested that a preferred location has been put forward or has been supported by city staff. My concern, and I believe Councillor Bowman has the same concern, is that we weren't notified as area councillors that these conversations were taking place and that there was some form of city staff support of some form of agreement or selection of an area to be designated. So I just would like that for future reference, that become a process, that any sort of lands being considered in the city of Brampton, that area councillors be given the heads up that our city staff are meeting with regional staff to discuss, those type of issues.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have embarked and are putting the finishing touches on a site plan review process. The purpose of the site plan review process was to increase efficiency, transparency, and improve communication. I haven't seen the final product, but it's going to be brought to my attention shortly. Because of the site plan process transcends all departments, we're going to be bringing it to ELT, to our executive leadership team, for their review, and then ultimately we'll present that to council. But your point is extremely well taken, Councillor Medeiros.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Gibson, that I guess it's not a verbal briefing, but the briefing provided by the CAO's office be received. Moved by Councillor Moore and seconded by Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? That's carried. We're now in public question period. This is a 15-minute limit where we invite members of the public to come forward to the podium to ask questions about any decision made by council at today's meeting. Are there any questions to the public about a decision made at today's council meeting? If so, come forward. Okay, I don't see anybody from the public coming forward. And our last item before we go to break is the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Scolari, seconded by Councillor Miles, that the bylaws 142-2016 to 160-2016 before council at its meeting of July 6th be given the required number of readings taken by the mayor and the city clerk and the corporate seal affixed thereto. All those in favor? All those opposed? It's carried. So, Mr. Clerk, maybe we could, okay. This item is with regards to our in-camera agenda, which is closed session business. I have a motion moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Moore, that council proceed into closed session to discuss matters pertaining to the following. 21.7 being the first item, labor relations or employee negotiations collective agreement matter. 21.1, minutes closed session Brampton Heritage Board, 21st of June 2016. 21.2, minutes closed session City Council, June 22nd, 2016. 21.3, a verbal update from Mr. Sangaro, Legal Counsel, Corporate Services, regarding acquisition of property Ward 8, proposed or pending acquisition of disposal of land by the municipality or local board. 21.4, report of legal counsel in Katocha with regards to conservation review board matter Ward 1, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. 21.5, report from MREA Legal Counsel Corporate Services regarding conservation review board matter Ward 10, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. 21.6, report from MREA Legal Counsel Corporate Services regarding OMB appeal in Ward 6, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. 21.8, report from Mr. Schlang, Chief Administrative Officer, regarding ombudsman update, the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipality or local board members, employees, an ongoing investigation respecting the municipality, a local board, a municipality-controlled corporation by the ombudsman appointed under the Ombudsman Act, referred to in the Municipal Act 2001, and 21.9 personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees' personal matters. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Council, before we proceed into closed session, I would also like to request that we vary the order, as I spoke about at the beginning of the meeting, to deal with item 21.7 first, as I have a declared conflict of interest on this item. All those in favor? Those opposed? This meeting is now recessed in order for council to consider its closed session business in the council committee room, except for 21.9, which will be held in boardroom 6A in City Hall. All meetings of council must start and end in public session. After the closed session is completed, council will reconvene in public session in the council chambers to complete its business on today's agenda, including reporting on any items arising from its closed session portion of the meeting, passing and confirming bylaw to confirm the proceedings and decisions from this meeting, and adjourning the meeting. After closed session, when we return into public session, I will be reporting back on the decisions made. So we're going to return back at 12:30. We'll be for closed session, okay? We're returning from to our public session after our in-camera. In the interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session. As a result of our closed session today, I wish to report the following. 21.1, minutes closed session, Brampton Heritage Board, June 21st, 2016. These minutes were acknowledged by council. 21.2, minutes closed session, City Council, June 22nd. These minutes were acknowledged by council. 21.3, with regards to a verbal update by Mr. Zangaro, Legal Counsel, Corporate Services, re the acquisition of property Ward 8, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality. This matter was considered and direction was given to staff. 21.4, report from Legal Counsel, Corporate Services regarding the Conservation Review Board matter, Ward 1, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. This matter was considered and direction was given to staff. 21.5, report from MREA, Legal Counsel, Corporate Services with regards to Conservation Review Board matter, Ward 10, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. This matter was considered and direction was given that the following motion be considered in public. Item 21.5, that a bylaw be passed to designate the property at 10955 Clarkway Drive, Brampton, as being of cultural heritage value or interest pursuant to the Ontario Heritage Act. It was moved by Councillor Willens, seconded by Councillor Pellechy. All those in favor? That's passed. .6, report from MREA, from Legal Counsel, Corporate Services, dated June 20th, OMB Appeal, Ward 6, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. This matter was considered and direction was given to staff. 21.7, labor relations or employee negotiations, the collective agreement matter. This matter was considered and direction was given that the following motion be considered in public session. Item 21.7, 1, the part-time memorandum of settlement be approved between the Corporation of the City of Brampton and the Amalgamated Transit Union, ATU, Local 1573, and 2, that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the part-time memorandum of settlement between the Corporation of the City of Brampton and the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 1573, effective July 1st to June 30th, 2019. So, all those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Report from Mr. Schlang, Chief Administrative Officer, Ombudsman, update the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipality or local board employees, an ongoing investigation respecting the municipality, a local board, or a municipally controlled corporation by the Ombudsman appointed under the Ombudsman's Act or Ombudsman referred to in the Municipal Act. This item was acknowledged by Council. 21.9, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipality or local board employees, personnel matter. This item was acknowledged by council and direction provided to staff. 22.1, to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting of July 6th. I have a motion moved by Councillor Moore, second by Councillor Willens, that the following bylaws before council at its regular meeting of July 6th be given the required number of readings taken by the mayor and the city clerk and the corporate seal affixed thereto. A bylaw arising from the closed session regarding item 21.5 to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on July 6, 2016. And a bylaw from the closed session, item 21.5. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. I don't think I have the last page. The council do now adjourn to meet again for a regular meeting of council on Wednesday, September 14th at 9:30 or at the call of the mayor. All those in favor? It's carried.
It's very generous, and that might give us nothing.
No, you used to be working because you're hard-working councillors in the city of Brampton, and we're the best. So our last page is the next meeting, as I said, September 14th at 9:30, and Wednesday, September 28th at 9:30. Our last item of business is item 23, adjournment. Before adjourning today's meeting, we have one proclamation to announce on behalf of council. Pride Week, July 11th to 17th, to be given to the Pride Committee of Appeal. Thank you, members, for your respectful consideration of decisions today. Thank you for your staff, and happy birthday. For your information and advice, Terry. Council, I have a motion by Councillor Moore and Councillor Willens, I believe. Is that what did they sign that one? Okay. To adjourn today's meeting. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn? That's carried. Happy summer. Enjoy your summer.